Hey guys, so we're gonna get right into it. Basically, we are gonna be aiming to finish off all the curves on here today. Before we get started, for like the three people that are in here, I'm gonna give you like a quick tease, and anybody watching the archive, just so as a quick announcement tease. This isn't official yet, but I'm planning on doing a group mentorship. And the idea is basically going to be we're going to be doing like a 3-month mentorship program. Hi, Anku. Yeah, I'm just going over a quick tease right now of an announcement that's going to come in the near future. I'm going to be starting a group mentorship program, and basically the idea is it's going to be completely free, and there's going to be a limited number of spots. We're going to be doing it through Discord, and we're going to have a weekly group session. We're going to figure out the schedule as we go along. But this way, like when I finish this tutorial, the idea is I'll be able to help you guys through it. So yeah, I just wanted to give you a quick tease, so just keep an eye out for that, and there will be like an official announcement once I get all the terms and everything set up for it. Anyways, let's get started on that. Okay. One thing I wanted to point out is I was looking at some new tools today. I found one called Groomer Tools from Maya. Find the website so I can show it to you guys real quick. So, Groomer Tools, is this it? Right. So this has like a few nice functions. One of which is going to be really useful for when I show you guys how to make braids. But today I was going to show you one thing you can do with it that's kind of useful. It's a little redundant to because we've been using GS Curve tools to help us out. Groomer Tools, it's a little different. It's its own thing. One tool that I started using this is this fill in curve. So the cool thing about this is, remember we had this fill button, but we had to add a card to our curves first and then delete the cards in order to get it functioning. This one doesn't require that. So as an example, so let's say I want to add a curve between this and this. We should be able to just we want to do 1. So number of layers 1, then hit fill. That's not how it works. Huh? Oh, generate curve, center curve. All right. So yeah, once you hit that, we get a curve right there and a center between them. And we didn't have to add a card. So that's going to be very useful today as we finish filling in all our bald spots. I'm going to go to our attributes. I'm going to set that width to 3 so you can see it better. But yeah, that's very useful, right? So, control vertex. So I'm going to keep both these tools open for now, but I'm going to rely mostly on this curve fill for now to help speed up this process a little bit. And there's other tools in here. I haven't had time to mess with everything, but there's a lot of tools for your curves, which I think after I go over this more, I'll probably do a video on it. But I think this could be really helpful for speeding up our process of setting up curves to begin with. And I know one thing that it does that I'm looking forward to trying out is it's to help us make braids, which I believe it has somewhere, but I have to look into it more. Because unfortunately, the tool I used before, Braid Maker, it still works, but he hasn't added support for the latest versions of Maya, basically because after Maya 2020 and Maya 2022, they switched from Python 2 to Python 3, and I believe he needs to update his code. But I also think I could figure out a way to get it to work if we just force the newer versions to Maya back to Python 2. I believe you can do it with Maya 2022, but I don't like relying on tools that don't have support for the newer software, because it can get kind of messy, and then eventually, it's hard to get that older version of Maya when Maya stops supporting it, because they usually only go back a few years, right? If he updates his the braid maker tool to the newer versions of Python, then I will show you guys how to use it. But I think this these groomer tools can probably help us out when I show you guys how to make braids. But for now, we're just going to use it to help us with our curves. All right. So yeah. And you know what? Something I was thinking of after I ended the stream last time, I was kind of looking at it, and I was thinking, speaking of which, I forgot to pull out my ref. I was thinking I kind of want to take a step back from, take a second and stop adding curves for a moment, and make some larger adjustments to our shapes here. So highlight this. We'll keep that out. Keep that out. I think I'll leave that one alone. Basically, what I want to do is just make some overall volume adjustments in places. Okay. You know what? Give me a second. Okay. So what I generally like to do is highlight a good chunk of UVs like this. Right now I only want to kind of adjust the side profile from the front a little bit. So we're going to do that. And then we're going to go to our deformers and use this lattice deformer. Under deform, lattice. Selecting that. It's going to take a second to load, I guess. Hopefully we don't crash. I like to hit Control Shift Escape just to make sure Maya's doing its thing. Looks like it is. All right. Usually this just works, so I don't know what's going on here. I'm gonna close this for now. And you know what? Actually, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna force. I don't like waiting for this kind of stuff, so I'm just gonna force quit Maya and reload. Well, it might work. It's doing something, but I'm impatient. I don't want to wait forever. We're just relaunching it. This is one of my main issues with Maya. It's not always reliable. Uh, we're just gonna stop Maya and reload it. All right. Okay, have that. Let's try this again. All right, just worked that time. So, uh, so I want to go to my channel box. Oh, let's get out of this XGEN setup. Go to modeling standard. Should we go general modeling standard? General is what I usually do. My attributes. So in our channel, under shapes, we want to increase our lattice boxes a bit. All right. So generally what I do is I just like to use soft select. That's probably too much, right? And then we just hit Alt Shift D, right? Isn't that the delete history shortcut? Yeah. Okay. And then I want to do the same thing to this side a little bit. I just want to pull it out a little bit. So basically, to get into this mode, I highlight the curves, I hit F8 to go into component mode. And then we're going to highlight all those. I'm going to save it just so we don't have to redo this side if it crashes again. Deformers, lattice, same thing. Oh. See if we can pull out this side a little bit. I'm going to just highlight the edges actually. Okay. And then I want to pull out this just a little bit. I just want to making some slight adjustments to the silhouette shapes. Okay. And so like I see some weird gap right there. I want to fix that, but that can be filled in by adding a new curve, I think. So let's do that. Let's get access to the groomer tools again. And we're going to choose our fill-in curves. We can get rid of this, I think, for now. So where's this weird gap I was seeing a second ago? There's this gap here too, and that I obviously just need to fill it in. It's right around here. So we're gonna do. I want to make adjustments to this curve first. So come over there. I'm gonna bring out the GS curve tools. So how do we organize this? Put that there. Let's make that a little smaller. Actually, let's put that maybe up here. That can go right there. This can go right there. All right. So I want to smooth, right? So let's smooth. All right. Worked beautifully. Now, so we need something here in between these two, basically. So we'll do generate center curve. We'll go to our attributes. We need to move these over. Extra 3. And again, line width, I'm only adjusting that for the live stream so you guys can see the curves easier. You don't have to do that if you do your own like this. It's not necessary. But I am finding it is kind of helpful to visualize a little better, to make them a little thicker, honestly. All right, we need to get this one back. We had done this already, but we had to reload because it crashed earlier. I'm going to save it again. I'm going to save it every time I make an adjustment to a curve by just hitting Control S. I think that's a good habit to get into. I also have autosave turned on, which I will show you guys one more time again. Preferences. It'll be under your file and projects, and you have autosave functions right here. I set mine to 15, and I have it set to a specific folder on my D drive. So it's a separate drive from my main C drive, so in case that drive decides to die, I still have all those autosaves on the separate SSD. Reset pivot on these. And generate a center curve. We'll hit that S3. Okay, we need to make adjustments to this. So I'm going to use GS Curve Tools to just quickly rebuild. And apologies, give me a second, sorry. All right. Just gonna push that in a bit. I think I'm noticing it's giving me this number, but it's not showing the curve points. Oh, it works. Okay. I wonder if that's a side effect of using this tool at the same time. We'll have to keep that in mind. As long as it still works, it's not the worst thing in the world. But wondering if there's something we can do to resolve that. Let's try this. Let's try curve card. And then select geo, delete. Does that fix it? Nope. All right, I guess we'll live with that. Maybe we can use advanced visibility. This is my first time trying this tool along with this one, so it's possible they might have some issues interacting at the same time. All right. All right. So what if we rebuild now? Okay. Well, we'll just live with it for now. I think because of that issue, I'm going to hold off on using this for now, and I'll revisit it in the future if I can figure out how to resolve that. I'll leave that one curve. I don't think a couple curves having that issue is a big deal. It still seems like it works fine. Might even be able to, let's see. It's not working. So what we can try to do is duplicate it. And then basically delete the other one. Add 3. Let's see. Sorry? Okay, you know what? This is gone. We're just going to go back to this method for now. Fill. This isn't that bad. And now the rebuild works. Okay. I just like seeing the dots. I think it's helpful, personally. Okay. Sometimes you try out new tools and sometimes they work perfectly. Sometimes they have little issues like that. And you can make a choice whether or not you want to deal with them. I'm choosing not to deal with it right now. I don't want to muck things up for me. So I'm just going to take caution and only use GS Curve tools for the time being until I've had more time to play with that other one and experiment with it. I still think it'll probably be useful for the when showing you guys how to put together braids, probably, but I'll experiment with that. It's not going to be immediately anyways. We still have to finish this. Okay. All right, I think we're okay. I want to fill in something there. I'll do this and this. Again, right now, I'm just looking for like any weird overlaps or crisscrossing that doesn't look good and adjusting based on that, more or less. We're basically at the point in we're mostly just filling in areas and refining overall. Alright. I'll smooth it once. You have to be careful using the smooth a little bit. Like, I think that was a little strong, so I'm going to turn it down the factor and then do it again. That's better. Yeah, I just want like just a little cleanup. I don't want it to change the shape too much. All right. So I think like we could use another one between these two. So we are going to go through that same process of curve guide, fill, select all of these curves with cards, select geo, and delete the geo because we don't need the geometry right now. Okay, I want to make some adjustments to this. Soft select the tip. Adjust your soft select range by holding B and left mouse button. Click dragging. Okay. Okay. Cool. All right. Give me a moment. I'm gonna grab a quick. I need something to quench my thirst a little bit. I'll be right back. All right, back to it. Okay. I want to get something here between the above the ear. Let's see. Maybe something between these two. Let's give it a try. Curve, fill. Select geo, delete. All right, so yeah, I feel like the bottom section is pretty good. We need to make some adjustments to it. Pull down this single piece first. Okay. Just gonna make some refinements to our shapes here a little bit. Pull it outside of the ear. So this kind of makes me feel like I need to pull some of these out too, but no, I don't, because I can add more towards here, and that'll be the outer section of the silhouette, I think. I'll leave that alone for now. We need something around here. So I'm looking at this one specifically right now, and I'm wondering, I don't know if this gesture is a little weird to me. So we're just going to take that and just pull it this way. Okay, I'll take that and pull it like that. I like that better, so we're going to go with that. That works. Okay. Okay, let's try something in between those two. Select geo, delete. Oh, now I have no idea where that card is. It's getting crazy now. Okay, delete. Nope. Select geo, delete. It's this one right there. All right. Going to rebuild just to get a little more control before I make adjustments to this. So we need to pull this over a little bit. Let's try making it red so it stands out. Oh wait, the points are what we don't do. Let's make it yellow. Let's do yellow. All right. So if I reselect it, yep, there it goes. I just kind of want these curves to work together nicely. I think we're pretty close. Okay. Let's check it. All right. Yeah, I like having it yellow instead of blue just so it stands out when it's highlighted. When you don't highlight it, it goes away. And this is all with this advanced visibility under the curve control window for GS curve tools. It's pretty useful. All right. So probably want something between these two, right? See what we can get. It's this one, I guess, right? Or see, sometimes I mess up. I don't know. But I feel like I don't know what I'm doing sometimes. Yeah, it's that one. So let's delete that again. I just got clipped into the head. What we can do is go to advanced options and turn on always on top. So when we highlight, the only problem is it doesn't look like it's clipped into the head now. What if we try this? What does this do anything? Okay. That doesn't really do much. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how I feel about that, but we can see our CV points at least. That's the only adjustment we have to make, really. And let's check the bottom now. So, by the way, I highlighted these points and I hit the F key so the camera centers around them, and that way I can rotate around the specific area easily. So, I personally have never seen DAZ 3D used in production ever. We do use one called, I think you might like it if you take a look at it. There's one called Character Creator, right? This one is starting to get used. It's probably better than DAZ too for doing kind of similar stuff. I know DAZ has actually I think this has a lot of the same stuff DAZ has, but it's just better. But it's pretty good software. Let's see. Similar concept though, I think. So like you can just generate characters from presets. You can also export them to Maya and set them up there. You can buy assets too. So you can buy a bunch of different hair and stuff. And then you can export them to Unreal Engine and render them in there. Yeah, it's not a bad tool. And you can actually like So like these hair assets I'm making here, you can import them into this program. At least the hair card version. I don't think it'll support the spline grooms, but when we get to the cards, you'll be able to import the cards into this program and do a lot of similar stuff to it and export. And I think it's also cross compatible with Blender. Yeah. Yeah, I've never seen Daz. I think Daz is just a little too limited. Like, you know where, actually, I take it back. You know where I have seen Daz used is in concept art. Concept artists use Daz as a, like, they place it in the scene and then they basically draw over it. Like if you're doing like a hard perspective drawing, it can be helpful there. Help speed up the process and just problem solving all those angles and stuff. I've never seen those models used in like final production. No. Select geo delete. Okay. Just gonna adjust my root. Okay. Cool. Just gonna hit curve card to add a card so we can use the fill. And then we're gonna delete the cards again. Select geo delete. Again, what that does is lets us add an extra curve between the two curves we selected, and it interpolates between them. It's helping us speed up this process a bit. And then if we get done tonight, we can jump into XGen in the next session and start generating our groom. And after we finish XGen, we can go into Unreal and start setting up our Alembic groom. And then after we finish that, we'll go back into Maya and generate our, or not, I don't want to use the word generate because there's still a lot of handwork, but we're going to start building our card groom based off our XGen groom. And I'll show you how to do that. Let's interpolate something between these two. Curve card, fill. Geo delete. Make adjustments to this so it doesn't clip. I need to lower my soft select. And this root looks like it's in there too. All right. Let's pull this one out a little bit. Okay. Okay. I'm going to work on filling in this area here next. Okay, let's see. How do we want to approach that? Let's look at our ref. So we're probably going to do This is already long. Let's see. Yeah, I think we want to do another longer hair piece for this area. Let me see. Yeah. Okay. So I'm not going to interpolate this time. I'm just going to copy this one. So just duplicate it. Control D. Okay. So I think for this one, first I'm going to rebuild with the rebuild slider because I want to lower that a bit to get a little more control. What I kind of wanted to do is wrap around the hair a little bit, like it does in the ref. Just kind of give it that same feel. So we'll do that. And it kind of blends in, so I think that works fine. We do need to pull it in closer to the eye. So we'll do that. We'll pull this down. I want to pull this in a little bit more. Oh, we need to make this thicker so you guys can see it. There we go. Okay, that's starting to work for me, so we're going to go with that. Cool. All right. Let's see. We want to fill in a spot in the middle here. I'm going to go between... No, I don't want to do that, actually. Let's see. What do I want to do with this part? I think we want to make this one of the bangs, so I think what I'm going to do is copy this bang and just push it over. And then, like before, I'm going to rebuild to get a little more control. And then the less points you have, the easier it is to control, basically. But the more points you have, the more detail you can get into a curve, right? It's very similar to sculpting in ZBrush, if you've ever done that. ZBrush or what's the other program? Blender. Lower poly count's easier to sculpt on, right? Once you get like the really high poly count, you try to sculpt on that, it's a little harder to keep looking nice and clean. So same approach. The sticker for you guys again. Okay, yeah, I think that's working. Cool. Yeah, I think I'm okay with that. Still need some of those hairs on top. There's a big gap here that we need to fill. So let's deal with that right now. Curve cards, fill. So I'm gonna make adjustments to this. I'm gonna rebuild first, same as before. So one thing I will say, like, I know this looks probably tedious. It definitely gets easier over time. Generally speaking, when I'm working on this stuff, I'm usually just like watching something that I'm listening to a podcast, listen to music. You can even put on like a movie. You know, just on your second monitor, you know, if you have a second monitor, or just any other screen. You could use like your phone maybe, or a tablet, and give yourself some entertainment while you work. You can also put on live streams like this one. You can just put on some YouTube. Like, I've done all that stuff. That's usually my day. Like, I'm working on this stuff and just watching whatever on the side. Usually it's stuff I don't have to pay strong attention to. Like, if it's a movie I'm really looking forward to seeing, I'm not going to watch it while I work. I want to be able to pay attention to it. So it'll usually be like a rewatch of something I've seen before. Like one of the last things I watched while working was that the Spider-Man movie, the latest one. Is it Across the Spider-Verse? Yeah, it's Across the Spider-Verse. I think that movie has like really good music too, so it's nice to just even listen to it. You don't necessarily have to watch it. Okay. I don't know if this one will give us good results if I try to fill between these two, but I'm going to try it anyways. You can always delete it. So I'm going to fill. Delete. You know what? I'm pretty happy with that, honestly. I don't even feel like I have to make adjustments to that one. I'm just going to pull out the root a little bit. Make those little minor, tiny adjustments. If I was like in a huge hurry, I would probably just go with it, but we have time to adjust it a little bit. Okay. Oops. All right. I'm not happy with the shape here, so I'm going to make that a small adjustment. Okay, I'm good with it now. Again, I always want my curves to have like a nice gesture to it. I don't want to leave them looking kind of ugly sometimes. So if it's like a messy hairstyle, then you can go with that kind of thing. You still want to try and be as intentional as you can with your shapes. You don't want to rely too much on randomness if you can help it. Okay, let's see. We'll do the same thing here. Um, One thing that's good about this workflow is that once you kind of get it down, and you'll see when I go into the action and stuff too, you can make pretty much any hairstyle with this workflow. And I mean like different types of hair, 4C type hair, curly hair. It works well for anything. A lot of the grooming tools that exist, oftentimes they don't work for like very specific hairstyles. They can work pretty well for like just basic hairs, like straight hairs. You can get away in doing like some basic curly hairs too, but I think it's better if you have a lot of control. I see a gap here. Let's see how many more gaps we have on the back of the head. We look pretty filled in. I see. I feel like there's one right here. So it's just those two, and they're like in the same spot almost. Okay, no, here, here maybe. So 1, 2, and then that was over here somewhere. Maybe not. Maybe just this side mainly. I see definitely like large open areas here. Let's pull that out a little. I'm gonna take this opportunity to take a quick stretch break. Okay, we're back. Uh, I'll keep talking through my thought process, but um, I do want to mute my mic for a little bit because I have some crackers I want to munch on while I work. I'll unmute when I need to say something. So we're just gonna be making adjustments to pull this over the ear. I want to adjust the directionality of this a little bit. I'm gonna fill this spot now between these two. Same process, curve card, fill, and we reselect all our curves. Select geo, delete. This one's in a pretty decent position already, but we need to make some adjustments to it. Once we finish filling in the body, I'm gonna finish off the top here along the hairline, or where the hair split is, I should say. This is the hair split. The hairline is these other dots. Just making some adjustments to the gesture here that I'm seeing. Just want it a little cleaner looking. highlight those and hit the smooth. I want to fill in this gap here. It might not necessarily be super necessary, but I'm going to do it anyways. Okay, I'm going to try between these two. What? Go. But you see how it's intersecting with this curve? We need to fix that. Let's pull it down. Pull it in. Okay, that feels better to me. Massive gap right here. Let's fill that in. We can do between this and this, or we can do maybe between this and this. I think that will give better result. Let's try that. Okay. We could pull the yeah, I think we made the right choice with those two. This gave us a pretty good result off the bat. We do have to make some adjustments to it though. Okay. Very late where I live, but I just wanted to say thank you for all the effort you took to make the hair look amazing in the game. You really made character creation that much better. I hope you have a great rest to your stream and that you have a great day. You're getting a sub from me. Oh, thank you so much, Bobby. I appreciate it. Have a good night, okay? Getting some dings on my phone, just checking it. You know, that's a bad habit I have when I think about it. Like, I shouldn't check my phone every time it dings. I think we're all trained to just do that, but I try not to. I think this needs adjustment. Okay. And I think once we start filling in this top, it'll really start to look like the get closer to the ref. Can't shake the feeling that there was something else I wanted to change last time. But it's not coming to me right now. I won't dwell on it. We'll just keep moving along. Okay. I'm using this little marquee square. I don't know if you can see it on the stream. I'm just using it to check the levels, basically, the proportions. Interesting. And it's okay to have a little bit of asymmetry, but like the best way to get good asymmetry is to try to make it symmetrical, but try to make it symmetrical by hand. And your natural, imperfect human eyes will just, I think, give it that more natural look. You don't want to just mirror everything. It's not a good. It ends up looking artificial. Okay, this is, I think, kind of working. So I'm gonna lower the points first. That was 11:24 for me. I'm gonna take a quick stretch break. Huh. Find something else to listen to. Give me a second. Uh, I want something that's like longer. All right. Yeah. Fell between these two. uh, um, I'm slightly concerned how close these are to each other, so I'm just gonna take this one and just soft select the root so I can move it smoothly. I mean, it's fine as long as they're not like right on top of each other. Um, if they are right on top of each other, it can cause issues. But I think we've avoided that, so I think we're okay. Hmm. See a gap there still. I see a bigger gap here. I'm gonna leave this alone, I think. I'm gonna, if I need to fill it in later, I will. But I think we're good here. There might need to be an extra one here. I think we definitely need one here. And we need to decide how we're going to derive that. Which I think these will be good enough. Curve, fill. think this needs to come in a little bit. It's a little too aggressive, so we can pull that in. That works better. Now we need to figure out what we're gonna do with the tip area. It's not very good where it's set up right now, so we need to make some small adjustments. I'm just gonna pull it in a little bit. Pull that in, pull that out. I'm gonna try using smooth on this section. Okay. I don't didn't really fix it perfectly, but so I'm just gonna keep making adjustments. Okay. I think we might have to pull in these a little bit and these. Maybe. I'll wait until we're done placing everything, and then I'll just use lattices basically to make those final silhouette adjustments at the end, I think. I won't mess with it just yet. I'm going to pull this over a little bit. Yes. Okay. Cool. All right. Getting close. Getting fairly close. Let's figure out. I'm going to focus on finishing off this bang section next. Maybe I'm going to second guess myself. I think I'm going to go and do this first. I'm just duplicating that curve. I'm shifting it over. Let's see what our And we're just making all these like little tiny adjustments. Really trying to get it as good looking as we can, working as well as we can. I think I need to pull it up. Yep. Yeah, I wanted to fill in this blanket whole spot was bothering me. So we're doing this before we finish the bang area. Bangs as in fringe. Um, okay. Checking things out right now, seeing how I feel about it. So just let me see. Uh, there we go. What's that? Okay, some funkiness going on there. Play with that a little bit. Check. Make sure those changes didn't have any ill effects. Okay, I think that's fine then. I think what okay, I think I know what I need to do. Okay. I need to take these curves right here. Okay. Again, save. And I'm going to make a new save. Okay. Soft select those, and then I'm just going to, I just want to start pulling these out a little bit. Pull this in a little bit. Okay, I think what I'm going to do is take these. I want to do, I want to rebuild them. Just move some of these out. Like this one needs shape adjusted a little bit. I think I'm gonna try lattice on that. Nope. Okay. Save. Okay. Form lattice. Okay. So what I want to do is kind of try and pull these in a little bit. So I'm gonna try the default lattice, kind of the default shape it has. I'm gonna do a little bit the same thing on this side. I just want to reduce the strength of this mushroom shape a little bit. Let's do the same thing. The form, lattice. A little bit. Like I'm gonna take this and smooth it. I just want to smooth this part. It's not gonna let me because we need to delete the lattice first. Okay. Okay. Yeah, because then we can get this flare out more with the these chunks that come from the top. That's what I'm gonna do. So we're gonna leave this like this. I'm gonna get some of this flare out by adding some chunks on top. I want to just go double check everything, make sure I didn't totally screw up something with those changes. Like I'm seeing something here maybe. Yeah. So what I need to do, I didn't mean to make the points for both of them pop up, but not a big deal. Just basically making some small adjustments there. Making more small adjustments. Continuing to check my work. I think I'd like to pull this out a little bit. This got basic. A couple of these got like kind of dislodged when I did like that rotation thing I did. It's not the worst thing in the world because basically all it's gonna do is XGEN is gonna snap it to the closest point, but just to be safe, we're gonna just fix that. Okay. Okay. I think I'm gonna do what I said earlier and just like pull these down a little bit. Oof. That's the best way to do that. Why isn't it selecting those? It's gonna be a pain sometimes. Yeah, so we're just gonna select like that. Now I want to deselect the roots to prevent it from moving those. All right. Add this guy. No, you won't let me add anything after I select. All right, whatever. We're gonna go with this. Wait. File. Save. Okay, deform. that. I'm gonna do it a little differently. Increase our subdivisions on our lattice in the channel box to like kinda high. And I'm gonna soft select this upper right corner, right? And I'm gonna do that. And then I'm gonna move our pivot point there, rotate it. This is a nice little trick if you need to pack down your hair. See how that looks. Yeah, nice. Cool. Move that down a little bit up here too. Okay. So that way we have just more space to work with over it, because I'm going to add more guides above it and then get more of this flare at the bottom back in. Check a couple other things. Let me see. Okay. Okay. There's definitely things we could change from the side silhouette, but I kind of want to leave it because I like the way it's looking right now. I don't know if those changes would necessarily benefit it. We'll decide that after we do the generate the groom and we actually see it with all the hairs, basically. Like, I'm debating whether I should pull this front part back. We'll probably end up doing that a bit, yeah. So let's just do it now. I'm just going to trust my gut on that. May not be necessary, but... Yeah, I just want to be able to see the face a little bit more better. And I'm just making very careful, gradual movements so I don't break things. Okay. See, the only thing I don't like about doing that is I kind of like it close to the eye. You know what I'll do? I'll just take a clump like this and pull it forward a little bit. I just want it a little closer. Actually, let's just undo all of that. Kind of changed my mind a little bit. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave that for now. I'll just take this one here. And I'll just pull it back a little bit like that. A little bit. I've been wondering lately what is the difference between GS Curve tool and Sweep Mesh tool that ships with Maya. Sweep Mesh tool. Am I reading that right? Sweep Mesh tool. Honestly, you'll have to point that out to me. I don't know what the Sweep Mesh tool is. Let me see. If you tell me where it is, I'll look at it. But yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, to be honest. Let's see. We've got some other messages. First time viewer, cool work. Interesting how much volume you have to estimate with the guide hairs. I'd imagine myself making it look like the character was pressed with a clothes iron. Okay. Um, if not a secret, how many hours in total does it take to make a normal hair? No, of course it's not a secret. Um, it's honestly going to vary pretty substantially. It's going to vary on the scope of your project, the quality, you know, they're looking for your client. If I'm working on a hair on my own, I generally try to just give it as much time within reason. Um, so I want to say like an average hair asset for this kind of hair that we're doing for. So we're basically making a hair asset. If you the actual best example of it is like well, it's like the Matrix Awakens demo. If you played that, it's similar to that, but we're going farther than that because we're also going to do the polygon card hair too. So we're doing basically two hair assets in one. And the idea is in Unreal Engine 5, you're going to be able to swap between them. Basically showing you an entire workflow that basically makes the hair work inside a game with physics and everything. How else to explain? So, like, yeah, timing. Like, honestly, it's just going to take you as long as it's going to take. I don't know how to answer this question. It's just, yeah, 1 to 2 weeks is about the average, but it can take up to a month. It can take 3 days. It just depends. I think you can find the poly modeling subsection or select curve sweep. Okay, I'll look at it. Let me see. Do we have sweep? Select curves, sweep mesh. From the modeling when you said F2. I might have to Google it. Let me see. Move seam. Sweep mesh. Maya. Oh, okay. So this is basically a tool that lets you it basically creates if I'm understanding this correctly, it transforms a curve into like polygons, right? Master Maya sweep mesh tool. I see. I'm sure, like, functionally, like, from a basic point of view, they seem to do kind of similar things. But, let me see. Enable. I'm looking at this now. So, sweep mesh options. To access sweep mesh, this with a curve mesh selected. Click the sweep mesh in the attribute editor. Okay. Let's see. Attribute. Where there's no sweep mesh tab that I'm seeing. But let me keep looking at this instead. Let's see. So just off the bat, I would say I don't know how this would be helpful to work with hair cards. It seems like it could be helpful for creating meshes out of curves for sure. GS Curve Tools is just mainly made for hair cards, so it has a lot more options for manipulating them. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I mean, it definitely looks interesting, but to open Sweet Mesh with the curves, select curves, Sweet Mesh from the modeling menu, set F2. So maybe pay F2. I'm going to say before I do that. Okay. Let's see, F2. Yeah, I'm going to have to look more into it, but just off the bat, just looking at that Maya article, like it's not the same. Like it has similarities, but so let's put a card on this, for instance, curve card. And we get like very specific controls. So like one is orient. I didn't see orient in that menu. And then you also have your taper. I think maybe you can taper in that one. The other thing too, I want to say, like it has this aligned to normals. So let's say we select this mesh, right? Where's the... Okay, select that. So we put that in there, right? And we select this. So theoretically, I think if we add a card to this, it kind of worked, but it's backwards. It's supposed to line up to the head. Maybe we would just have to flip it. So let's add a card to there. This is not how we're gonna do it though. When I get to the hair cards part, which is not gonna come until after we do an XGEN Groom and then set up an Limit Groom in Unreal Engine 5. Yeah. It's gonna be a different process. When we go through that process, basically, and we can take a look at that that tool you mentioned and see if it can sort of do the same thing. But I have doubts about that. Because the other thing it has that we need specifically is this bind function. The bind function, I didn't see anything like that there, because what the bind function does is we're basically going to set up clumps of cards with multiple curves, and then we're going to bind all of those curves and cards to a single curve. I guess to be more specific, we're going to bind. So basically, after we make our XGEN Groom and import that into Unreal and everything, we're going to come back to Maya, go back to our XGEN Groom, and we're going to convert our XGEN Groom into brand new curves. And then I'm going to set up our clumps with GS Curve tool, and then we're going to bind those clumps to the curves we generated from XGEN. It'll make more sense if it doesn't right now when we actually get to that process. But for now, yeah, you'll see. Yeah, I'll make a note of this. I'm going to keep the window open so I don't forget about it. And then I can come back to it later. It's not a tool I've used before, so I don't really know what I would be doing with that. I would have to take a little time playing with it. Like a lot of these programs, they have like dozens of tools, and you might only use like a handful of them, right? And I don't have an experience with that one. This is the first time really I've used GS Curve tools, to be honest. Like, I've never used it before this project. Before this, I was using like in-house tools, but like I can't share those with you guys, so it wouldn't make sense to do a tutorial with in-house tools, and I don't think I could show you those tools anyways. I think I'd get in trouble. But yeah, I think this works just as well, and for the most part, and that's why I'm kind of using this right now. I also downloaded one called Groomer Tools, which is like different, and I haven't had a chance to play with it a ton yet, but that's another one that you guys would be able to have access to. I think the main value of what I'm showing you is just the general process itself. And I do feel like this general process, like pipeline, could be replicated in a few other ways too. You could probably do it like with a combination. You could probably do it with like if you wanted to create your groom with say fiber mesh and ZBrush, you could start there and then export those as curves to XGEN and generate your groom that way. You could also probably do something in Blender that's very similar, I plan on doing a video on that too in the future, but I need to spend time brushing up on Blender before I do that. But the value is going to be the pipeline, and it'll make sense when I get to when we make more progress on it. Yeah, like the primary benefit is this basically is going to allow you to create just really good looking Unreal Engine 5 hair. Uh, it also has a ton of production benefits, basically. Like, let's say you made some facial hair with this workflow. Normally, you would use cards, right? You'd construct your facial hair, and then you would have to hand it off to a tech artist for them to rig to the face. And I can say firsthand, tech artists hate rigging facial hair. Um, Character Creator 4, if you're okay using their meshes, that can make it a little easier, but there's limitations there. But this workflow solves all of that. Like, if you made facial hair with this workflow and you put it on your character, and your character was full of super complex blend shape animations and everything, the facial hair would just work. It'll follow the surface, and you can also set up like physics, have it move. It's pretty cool stuff. Like, when I get to the Unreal stuff, I think you guys are gonna like it a lot. I don't think this method has ever been shared, at least publicly, that I've seen. And I don't know how many, if any, studios are even really using it, because this is like a culmination of things I've learned working with different studios, basically. And I basically came up with this like last few months. And the other thing is, like, too, like the last project I was working on, we had like a lot of different characters as far as like ethnicities too, like black characters, Mexican characters. So you needed to make I needed to make a lot of different types of hair, and this workflow works really well for that too, I think. Um, like, it makes, like, normally, like, if you were doing like a really short curly hair, if you're just doing that with cards, like, that's um, extremely tedious doing it by hand. This workflow makes that whole process way easier, basically. It still has its tedious aspects. It's always like any good art, for the most part, it's probably going to have some tedium to it, right? But um, it's way more manageable, in my opinion. Uh, Like there was at one point I had to do like a short-haired curly character, but we were in a rush. I was able to produce like I want to say like a pretty good-looking hairstyle um, in a very short amount of time. Like I want to say like 2 or 3 days. This one I'm just like really taking my time with it though, so because I wanted to have like really nice style, and like when I people see the thumbnail, the finished hair, I want it to be like eye catching, and so people click on the video and actually watch it. Uh, I'm also going to um, be applying animations to this character, so that way we can see the hair move and bounce and stuff too. Um, and I'm gonna show you guys how to do all that. Like, it's totally doable, I think. Especially if you have like any amount of experience doing hair. Honestly, I think it's pretty exciting stuff to share, but I'm also like really into this stuff too, so it might just be me. Let's see. Well, in terms of time, all right, I've been going for a while. All right, it's already past midnight for me. I'm still awake though, and I think we're about at the point where we can start focusing on finishing up the top area. So I think what I'm gonna do is basically take a stretch break. I want to fix these first. Hold on. I'm noticing that the roots came off when I made those changes, so I'm just gonna pull those back in. And again, this isn't a huge concern because when we generate our XGen, it's just gonna go to the closest point on the mesh anyways. So, but I'm just gonna be a little picky here and fix this. Oops. Okay. I need to add one more here, but I'm not gonna worry about it for now. We'll figure that out after we generate our groom. Yeah, I think. All right, so I'm gonna take a quick short break, and then I'm gonna get ready to finish off this top layer. And then once we finish that off, I'm gonna call it, and then next stream will be. It'll be Monday in the middle of the day. So, well, it'll be in the middle of the day for me, depending on where you are. My stream schedule, you can look at my community tab on my page. I have it posted there. It's going to be basically like 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. I think that's like GMT -8 or something. Yeah, so I'll be right back. I'm going to take a quick stretch break, and I'll come back and finish like the top of this, and then we'll be good to go next time with XGen, which will be cool. So, be right back. Okay, we're back. I noticed we have a question, and I'm really sorry. I don't know how to pronounce your name, and I don't want to butcher it. I'm just a dumb American, but I'll read your question. So the question is, Replica Studios, right? Unfortunately, I haven't heard of them, but it makes voiceovers and performances that can replicate the human voice. Oh, that's very cool. What if there was a company that made NPCs? Is it even possible to make NPCs for AAA devs? Yeah, totally. Of course it is. So what you're basically referring to sounds just like an outsourcing partner. I mean, that happens a ton in AAA devs, most in games, like most AAA games nowadays, like especially big ones. There's a ton of outsourcing that happens. It's very uncommon for even a big studio to do everything by themselves. Um, and oftentimes they'll work with multiple outsourcing studios. And they will help with stuff like modeling NPCs and things like that. That can happen, yeah. Yeah, if you load up like any like big budget game, like even Cyberpunk, after they go through the credits of all the CDPR staff, they go through more credits of like the studio, and then they list the people and what their role was. So yeah, it's not just NPCs. They'll work on everything from clothes to cars to buildings, because they usually need the help because these games are getting so big now. Same thing with big budget movies, right? If you look at the credits for big budget movies, they'll list oftentimes like 9 or 10 different studios and their staff for just VFX. Uh, so like I didn't work on it, but the studio I was at worked on they were an outsourcing studio for Diablo 4, right? And other games too, but this is the first one that came to mind. So basically, they would our studio assisted with I believe it was environmental work. So they would help with modeling, designing, and cleaning up all the levels. And again, some studios, like if you got a job like at say like a big studio like Naughty Dog or something, um, your job, like even if you were a character artist, your job could be like just taking an outsourced assets, like someone else modeled the character, and your only job is just like to check the work, clean it up if you have to, give feedback if you have to, and drop it into the game. Um, you wouldn't necessarily be doing it all from scratch. There's just a ton of teamwork that goes into these big games now. It's not really super often only one person touches an asset. It's usually like many hands on it. And that's people from within the studios and people outside doing outsourcing work. That's why often like the biggest downfall, like when games don't turn out great, a lot of times it's just like because it's so hard to manage all that stuff, right? Like it's just a lot to manage. Thanks for the question. I appreciate it. All right, let's see. I'm gonna add some, rebuild that a little bit, get that looking smoother. So the person like asked what the difference is between GS Curve tool and the other tools. I don't know if that other tool, like I can just rebuild a curve on the fly like this. That's super useful. That's one thing GS Curve Tools does. It's really nice. Otherwise, you would have to come have this rebuild menu open all the time. You see that, select your slider and click apply. I like having this slider. It's less clicks. Like the less clicks I can do to accomplish any type of operation, the happier I am, because all that stuff adds up. Because you're doing this over and over and over and over again. So single clicks add up. All right, so we're gonna start focusing on actually doing this top section. Got distracted, I think. Okay. I just want to fix this a little bit. Since I noticed it, it was just a little kinky looking. Like, I want to smooth out the curve here a little bit, just very subtly. Okay, now we can. I decide how I want to generate this first one. Okay, we'll just do that. I'm going to rebuild my curves to something really low because I want to reshape this pretty heavily. So we're gonna go. Okay. Basically, let's start creating this outer shape and dip back into the body. Then we'll come back out. We're gonna need more resolution here in a second. Yeah, start increasing. I think I'm pretty good with that. Uh, I do want to rebuild it, but I'm going to leave it for a second because the first thing I want to do is mirror it over. I'm going to leave it kind of low like that because I want to make adjustments to save shape after I mirror it. So to mirror it, we need to add the card then we can use mirroring. And now we have to delete the cards because we don't want cards. But you see how it kind of looks ugly from this angle, so we need to fix it. Like, it just looks very squiggly. We want to kind of give it a nice curvature, flow, gesture. Many words to describe it, but yeah, that's basically it. And I'm going to pull this in a little bit to fix that overlap. Okay. And then to take this point, pull it in. Because I just want to give it a nice curve from the side profile too. I'm gonna try selecting these four and seeing if I what it does if I smooth between them. Just it's very subtle. It's not gonna be obvious, but I'm just trying to get the shape as clean as I can. I'm gonna add some more points. I'm gonna pull this down a little bit to give that a little bit more curvature. Pull this in a little bit. I'm going to pull back and check my work just to give me some fresh perspective. And that's a good thing I did because now I'm going to make changes again. So we're just going to pull this up a little bit like that. I'm going to smooth that a little bit more. Okay. Smooth this a little bit more. No, I don't want to do that. I changed my mind. All right. Yeah, I'm feeling better about it now. Check something here. Couple. Yeah, I'm okay with this. This looks kind of cool. All right. This one I'm not okay with. Actually, looking at this one from this angle, I'm not okay with either. So we're just going to make some small, subtle adjustments here. So, that, like that, like that. Rebuild a little bit. Okay, that's better. I'm just checking some of these curves from different angles real quick. All right. So I think next I'm going to do some of these last layer of these, the fringe. So start with this. I'm just going to do a duplicate here. Pull this out. Let's rebuild this. Simplify a little bit. Okay. So I'm just going to select all these points except the root and the tip, and I'm going to smooth between them. Now I'm going to select this and the tip. No, you need 3, I guess. Okay. Interesting to know. I guess it makes sense. Let's see. How do we feel about that? Maybe pull that down a little bit. Pull this up a little bit. Cool. Okay. We're almost there, guys. We're almost there. Getting a little bit of that carpal tunnel in my wrist. Why it's good to take breaks. I'm gonna raise my armrest. That helps. Support. So if you support your arm from the elbow, it can help a lot. It's a free tip for you guys. Okay. Checking some stuff. My music playlist ended, so I need to put something else on. I'm trying to find something. I mean, you guys won't be able to hear it because I don't want to get any copyright strikes, but I'm just looking for something a little more upbeat than what I was listening to before. Because I am getting a little tired. And this will help pick me up a bit. Okay. Let's keep working away on this. Select Geo, delete. I need to rebuild this a little bit. Oop. Not what I wanted. That's odd. I don't know what this behavior is, but I don't like it. So let's try resetting the pivot. All right. Reset pivot again. Let's move it back. Sometimes this plugin is just doing things I don't want it to do. I'm just going to do a normal duplicate. It could be me. Maybe I'm just doing something wrong. I'm going to push that a little closer to the scalp. So you can see now we're getting some of that flare out back in. That's what I want. And we want to do our best to maintain the negative space too. Like the area, the holes between this flare out and the body. So I'm going to pull some of these curves back in. Same thing over here, I think, a little bit. We need to pull this in a little bit, I think. What is happening with this one? This looks bad. Let's see. Reducing the number of curves actually fixed it, so that's good. Sometimes having too many curves can kind of mess things up a little bit. I don't think that should. Let's see. Let's take a look at it. So this piece is going over that piece. It's like crisscrossing over, so that might actually work the way it does. That doesn't look terrible. Yeah, I think that'll be fine. I'm going to leave it. And after we generate the groom, if it looks bad there, then we'll fix it. This entire process is basically just problem solving. Like, that's basically what you're doing. And the more hair you've made, the more times you've solved the same problems. So you can usually predict them easier after a certain point. Okay. I need to decide how I'm going to do this back corner. Excuse me. I think I want to pull this forward a little bit. So we're going to take this, just like that. I just want it closer to where the hairline's going to be. Here again, we have like an odd looking shape that we have to fix. Okay. Okay. I'm just smoothing that to force it down a little bit. So close to finishing it, but I feel the fatigue hitting me. We're gonna keep going though, don't worry. All right, let's keep going. Keep pushing. We're getting closer and closer. Guys probably have a hard time seeing that, so I'll make that thicker. Put that root there. Kind of have it curve back out. I'm gonna lower the CV count. Okay. So we need to fix. I think we can lower the CV count a little bit more. Okay. I think we'll probably adjust all of these to be kind of like that. I just want to make sure the directionality kind of makes sense, you know? Okay. 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 Yeah, I think we're good like this. Let's have the root like taper up a little bit. Okay. I just duplicated this piece so I can pull this out. We do the same thing we did earlier. Just make some adjustments. So I think we need to add a few more points. This back corner, right. Okay. I just need to do something, I guess. Use this one. Just gonna stick that there. Let's see how we are in CVs. So I feel like it's a little risky to have it intertwine that deep. I think I'm gonna just pull that out a little bit. I don't know. Questioning it kind of, but we'll find out when we render, I guess. And we'll fix and adjust as we need to. I have a feeling I'm going to need to adjust this. Maybe. Man. All right. You know what? I'm just going to fix it. Pull that in. Yeah, like having one hair overlap it, I think is okay. Or one clump, I should say, not a hair. I wasn't sure I felt the way it was before. And again, we're probably going to need to make at least some amount of adjustments after we see it as a groom. So we can probably relax this a little bit with some smooth. It's getting there. Oh man, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to finish this tonight. I really want to though, so I might just take like a 15-20 minute break, like a longer. I haven't really done that in this entire session, and we're almost at the 4 hour mark. I'm only taking like a really short break, so it's probably a big part of it. I think I can feel re-energized if I like maybe snack on something and stretch, and I'll be able to like pull through this like last spurt. Yeah, I think also just like I'm feeling a little achy too, so I think some standing up will help. And I should be working on the top, but I just noticed some issues with this. I just want to make some refinements. I'm just constantly making refinements. All right, I think we're pretty good there. Okay. Another thing too is like I'm realizing maybe these late night streams will definitely be not as popular, at least not right now. Because I assume most of the people subbed right now maybe are from areas where it's just like really late, like where it is where I am. I just wanted to give it a try. So I might adjust my stream schedule just so we can get a little bit more of an audience, but it's not a huge deal. Like I said, I don't really care how many people are in here while I work on this stuff, because the real material is going to be the finished video itself. You know, I wouldn't mind trying to get some of this little curls in here, but I think we're a little past that point. Maybe we can do two versions, one with those curls a little bit, because I do like the way those look. It could be maybe an opportunity to show you guys how to rework something, but I think this is still working for now. Yeah, all right. Break time for me. This is gonna be a longer break, so I'll be back in like 15-20 minutes. I really need to stretch, and I really need to rest my eyes. Before I do that, I'm just gonna make this final adjustments before I forget about it, because I just noticed it. I feel like this happens a lot. All right, we'll finish making adjustments when I get back. All right, be back in about, I don't know, 15 minutes or so. um, looks like everyone else is asleep, so my cat just woke up and she's very hyper right now. It's gonna make it difficult to finish working on this. I feel like, yeah, we're definitely very close, but I think what I'm gonna do basically is finish this off. Finish this off screen, off stream. I'll record it still, and I'll just play that back before the next stream, basically leading up to it, and that way it'll just be part of the archive, and you guys can watch that at your leisure. Yeah, I don't know if you can see her. She's like all over the place, running all over my desk. So I'm gonna call it here. I will be back Monday, like I said, during the day, and this will be done. And we are gonna start XGEN at that point too. All right. This is, I think, a good stream. Wow, she's just like all over the mic now too. All right. Bye.